Oh, look at that. I'm sorry. And beautiful young ladies.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here and for being remote. Today is going to be an interesting weather day, so I think that we'd like to get this show on the road as quickly as we can. Just a couple of quick comments. We have a lot of bills on the agenda, and one of them in particular is long and complicated. There are a couple of others that have a lot of parts to them. Happy to answer any questions, but just want everyone to know that literally everything or pretty much everything is a work in process right now. These are complicated with a lot of moving parts, and we felt the best way to do this was to make minimal changes right now and JF these out of committee so that we can actually move the discussion forward. I'm going to ask my co-chair if he has any comments.
Good morning, all. I hope you all survived the night. Of course, if you're on the call or at the Capitol, you probably did. I understand the weather's supposed to get a little worse later on today, so everybody should be sensible. If you're at the Capitol, make sure you get out. Hopefully, we won't be that long today. First, I want to thank everybody on the committee, not only for their excellent participation in our hearings and the great questions we asked, but also in advance for your forbearance. We are probably doing more bills out of committee than perhaps we're used to in recent years on the Energy and Technology Committee. I think that's a reflection of both the times and also that we have a number of good subject matter bills that are, as my co-chair mentioned, truly works in progress. They reflect good intentions, but also ongoing negotiations with interested parties and the agencies. So they may not be ready for prime time, but we're going to beg your indulgence on a few of them as we continue to work them out. Getting them out of committee will give us a little bit more time, given our early committee deadlines, to work with the parties involved and see if we can get them over the finish line. We assure you that if we can't get some of these things resolved, and we'll go into the specifics on these bills as well, that they will never hit the floor. But we do want to keep a bunch of them alive. And if you have questions about where we stand, we're glad to answer them. But once again, we're trying to get a number of these out so we can see if we can come to consensus and resolution with the parties involved. Thank you, Mr. Chair. wherever he is. So why don't we continue talking? How about Representative Buckby? Anything you'd like to add?
Thank you. Talking to RLCO for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Virtual Chair. No, I'd like to echo the comments of the chairs that this is a certainly longer and more arduous process than any of us, I think, had anticipated. The multifaceted, multi-pronged bills that we have before us are quite a hefty lift, I think, in a lot of ways. So while I do have, I'm optimistic, but I'm cautious as we move forward to what's there. And I definitely want to get more involved in some of the discussion here today, as well as in the next couple of weeks with our with my fellow ranking, with our caucus, and with the chairs, most certainly. I also want to nod to that as Chair Steinberg just displayed for us, and I'm sure we'll see from my dear good friend Senator Fazio, that we're all showing a little bit of quarter zip love to our chair today. Nothing by chance, sir. Nothing by chance. All meant intentionally as a nod for you for a, I'd say, a crazy year so far. Thank you very much.
You're rocking that zipper sweater there, Rep. Buckby.
Thank you. I think I have every one of the quarter zips being worn today, except I don't have one that has the logo that Senator Fazio has with that. But I do have several Essex quarter zips. Senator Fazio.
Fashion Week Essex is something nobody ever expected or asked for, but here we are. This might be the last committee meeting we have this session, but it is certainly not going to be the end of the legislative process. A lot of the bills that we're going to vote out of committee today are going to be a work in progress, as the good Senate chairman said. And I appreciate the earnestness and the consideration of our committee leadership in this legislative process, trying to bring in different voices. This has been a difficult and challenging session for the Energy Committee, and even more so for our constituents who've been feeling the pain of high electricity rates. Obviously, a striking increase this winter on top of high electricity rates in the first place in Connecticut. There's a couple of events that I think resonated with many of us on the committee in the past few months. The first is that week when everyone started getting their electricity bills with the 40 or 50% increase on top of the high rates they were already paying. And obviously we feel and the pain that all of our residents are feeling because of that. There's also a presentation from ISO New England, the regional regulator, showing what the supply and demand of electricity in the future will look like in the region, showing a 20 megawatt, which is roughly a 40% deficit of peak demand in the winter, 20, 30 years down the line. And so all of us on the committee across the board are very sensitive to the high costs that we're facing in the state and the potential difficulties in keeping the lights on decades down the road. We're working very hard in order to address those concerns. Hopefully the bills that are passed into law this term will be a reflection of those concerns and will start us down the path as a state towards addressing them. And so I appreciate the earnestness of all members of this committee in addressing those major problems that our state faces. And hopefully the final product this session will be a step in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. And I do want to reiterate the fact that the committee has had a long history of working together. This year, as Representative Steinberg and the ranking members have said, we've welcomed all ideas and given everything a fair hearing. We're going to continue that process. I think that as Senator Fazio said, it's actually probably a 20 gigawatt shortage, and we need to figure out how to bridge that for the short term and for the long term as we move to electrify our future with an eye on cost, reliability, and environmental concerns, and balance those. It's a very, very tall order. And at the same time, the goal to make sure that we have the strongest regulatory framework as we do this has been a critical function of what this committee has done in a broadly bipartisan way. And I'm hoping that the bills that we come up with this year have broad support across both parties and both chambers and leadership and the governor, to make sure that the ratepayers in the state of Connecticut get the best for their money. We don't make rates in the legislature, not our job, but we do create the laws that create the framework that that moves policy forward and that gives the regulators and the agencies in the state all the tools that they need to enact the things that we need to enact to make sure that in 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, we're in a solid position in the state of Connecticut. And with that, I'm going to suggest a short recess, maybe 15 minutes for now. I think that should be enough because things have been a little bit hectic this morning. So want to recess this meeting till 11:30. Thank you. I thank you, everyone. First item that I'd like to entertain is a motion to form a consent calendar. Can I get a motion on that?
So moved. So
Second.
moved.
Any conversation on that? We'll do that by acclamation. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Bills, as you said, it's
Aye.
originating from this committee. It's-
All opposed? Motion carries. So we will be forming a consent calendar. Some of our items will move with no discussion, some with a little bit of discussions, and then some will have roll call votes. So first item on the agenda is SB 7. And can I get a motion to approve a JFS language for SB 7 LCO 6062?
So moved.
Second.
So by way of explanation, SB 7 is yes, that's a JFS to the floor. I have to learn how to be a little more precise on some of this. So just by way of explanation, SB 7 has 24 parts. I think approximately now. We did remove a couple of items. We moved 966 into SB 7. There will be a lot of discussion on this. This is not a final bill, but and some of our other bills will be moved into SB 7 in a true spirit of aircraft carrier energy bills. This shapes up to be one of them. What it is a very significant regulatory enhancement bill. It is Take Back Our Grid Part 2. We are hoping that at the end of this, we add some tools in the toolbox for our regulatory authority, and that we get to broad unanimous consent on that bill, just as we did with Take Back Our Grid after Hurricane Isaias. So with that, I'm going to open this up to any questions.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Fazio, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to start with some remarks. And this is obviously a work in progress, as the good chairman said, and hopefully the final product will be a product of a lot of consideration from people across this committee and across the General Assembly, with a few different goals in mind. The first goal being that we have strong oversight of the utilities on behalf of consumers across Connecticut. Second, that we can marginally, and I don't think it would be significantly, but marginally reduce the cost curve for consumers. And third, that the final product will be that we can improve reliability of the electricity grid. There's going to be a lot of parts to this bill. The ultimately my votes on this bill today will be under the premise that it will end up as a final product that looks different than the JFS language before us today, and that final product will be one of consensus and thoughtfulness and further negotiation between members of this committee before it comes to the Senate or House floor. So I will give my time back to others on the committee who want to ask questions or make comments. But the language before us today is very, very much a beginning. And my vote today on the committee will be premised on the idea that the final product will be far different. It'll be the product of compromise, and it'll be very good legislation. I believe that it can be. And so that's what I just wanted to comment on the item before us right now.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. One thing, I was given a housekeeping item. I need to know who made the motion and who seconded the motion. For the
Who made
record.
the motion?
And Rep. Foster seconded.
Thank you both. I appreciate that. And because I can't see who has their hand up, I'm assuming my co-chair, Representative Steinberg, has his hand up, and then we can go from there.
Thank you for that. I'm glad to keep you advised as to who has their hands up. I just want to comment for a moment to impress upon all the committee members just how consequential this bill is. If you're going to go back to your constituents and say, what did we accomplish this session? We have fulfilled, or we're in the process of fulfilling our obligation to hold the utilities accountable. As Senator Needleman has referred to it, this is Take Back Our Grid 2. We have worked very collaboratively with Pura to understand where there are opportunities to do so. And ultimately, it may take some time, it may not be huge. We expect this to have a positive impact on rates. We're reducing factors that actually have led to increases in rates over the years. And this area, these fine points of rulemaking in the regulatory framework have not really been evaluated for a long time, ever since we had the decoupling and the breakup and the change from DPUC to Pura. We've done a deep dive on this, and I want to thank everybody involved who have brought us to this point. There's a lot of consequential stuff in there, even if it's hard to see it. I think with confidence, if we vote this bill out and approve it on the floor of both chambers, you will be able to say with confidence that we have made a significant stride forward in addressing a lot of the longstanding issues we've had with the utilities, and it's going to make a difference. So I encourage your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you mentioned early on, and certainly through the good rankings comments earlier, we mentioned the heavy lift of this bill. It's I think it's larger than an aircraft carrier. Feels like a fleet right now with what's on there. There's a lot to dissect and go through with this bill, and a lot that's left for us to take a look at as we go as well. There's gonna be a lot of work on this in the next couple of weeks. And I have it on the good faith of the chairs that we want to work on making this a bipartisan piece as much as we possibly can. And those conversations have been extensive that we've all had between leadership of the committee. So there is a tremendous amount of faith that it does go as a bipartisan piece. I think that the people of the state have come to us enough and said enough is enough, and looking at the dollars they're spending, and the return on investment is a huge concern for them. And I think this takes a deep dive for the taxpayer and the ratepayer. I think there are some changes that need to happen on all levels. When you look at how far we've fallen to the basement on energy in this state. So some of the changes that are coming are going to be uncomfortable. I'm hoping that none of them are political. This deserves more than that. I am certainly willing to work with this, and I will be supporting this bill coming out of committee. I will, of course, reserve my concerns for committing to the vote on the House floor until we have that piece of it. But I do, I think this has been the recurring theme for this year. I enter into this vote with optimism that we get there. And I guarantee that our vice chair is smiling now because I'm not using any puns on this whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mashinsky.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I come from a municipal utility town, and we don't have the big percent increase that the rest of you are suffering. And the reason is that our utility buys electricity 5 years in advance. And as I understand it, Eversource and the other investor-owned utilities buy 6 months or a short period in advance. And so they are subject to, and your constituents are subject to, much more volatile price changes because of that short-term purchasing. if there's something we could put, I just learned this fairly recently. If there is something we could put in this bill as it moves forward to require them to purchase further out in the future, I think it will avoid the price shocks that your constituents are feeling right now. And you'll have a more stable pattern as we have at our little municipal utility in Wallingford. So I'm encouraging that if it's able to be added to the bill as the bill goes forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And just so you know, we are, one of the sections is to look at the standard service procurement plan. I do want to say that in markets, typically, the further out you go, the more of a premium you will pay for the guarantee of a rate 3, 4, 5 years out into the future. That did not happen this time, but typically, even compared to Vermont, which is still a vertical state, traditionally, my understanding is that their rates have been slightly higher. But this circumstance is something that we had not experienced, the war combined with the winter reliability problem. That said, it warrants us reviewing how standard service is procured. But in markets in general, the further out you go, the more you're going to pay for a guaranteed rate 3, 4, 5 years out. I don't know if that's had the same impact in the local utilities, but I actually thought you were going to suggest that we put the municipal utilities under the same regulatory framework that the other big utilities are under, because we'd like to get everybody under the same umbrella. I'm just kidding, Representative. I don't want to be murdered by half of the legislators in this building. So, but point well taken. We are going to look at that. We're going to have Pura work on that as part of this bill. Thank you. Next up is Representative Cheeseman, followed by Representative Foster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I take into account the comments of you and Chair Steinberg and my ranking members. I don't think anyone who's sat on this committee or has watched me in action will say I have never not put the interests of our ratepayers first. That has been my concern as we pass legislation, regardless, because I know the challenges they face, the burden, high prices. And I am happy to see this process moving forward, but I have deep philosophical objection to voting a bill out of committee with currently 24 sections without seeing the language. And I appreciate the need to move this forward. I will encourage this collaboration and continued bipartisanship, but I am going to be a no today with the hope that when it comes to the floor, I will be one of the most vociferous supporters of this bill because it does what we want to do. Continue our process of ensuring that we address problems with the system, hold utilities accountable, and provide an affordable, reliable, resilient grid going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I just want to say that my collaboration and work on this bill has been my first time in a leadership position, and seeing this bill in its early shapings come to what it has been, is now, and what it promises to be in the future has given me great optimism for bipartisan collaboration, which has always happened on the Energy and Technology Committee. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to see the careful decision-making process that has led to where we are and where we're going next. And just sort of echo the comments so succinctly put by Representative Cheeseman, saying that our focus has to be the three legs of the stool, as the good chair often puts them, both reliability, affordability, and of course, paying good attention to being good stewards of the environment. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to work on this bill, but I'm optimistic for what it's going to shape up to be. And I'm glad that we're not rushing, and we're going to be careful and purposeful and make good decisions about what is best for our ratepayers and our communities moving forward. So thank you, and I look forward to supporting this bill.
Thank you, Representative Foster. I don't see anyone else. I do want to make one announcement quickly that there are weather concerns coming or that may already exist for some of our members who are remote. I want, please communicate if possible with our clerk, Will, if anybody loses power and they are not able to vote on any of these bills. We'd have to figure out what we're going to do. I do believe we're going to hold these votes open till 3 o'clock today, but if people have lost power and need to get someplace else to vote, we want to make sure that they have the ability to do so.
Senator,
Mr. Clerk,
Senator Needleman, I can't find it.
I'm
Great.
sorry, Representative. I missed.
Yeah, I can't find the raise hand icon, so I'm cutting in. I hate to do that.
Not anytime, Representative.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for granting me the time to speak. You heard from my colleagues many of the things that I'm concerned with. You know, as former ranking member of the committee, we did always pride ourselves in making sure we had language in which we could all make intelligent decisions before we voted things out of committee. I am concerned on one hand that we don't have language in such a large bill, but on the other hand, I do have total confidence in our leadership in this committee, very experienced individuals who I know have their hearts in the right place. But for today, I'm going to be a no on this. And I echo how my colleague Holly Cheeseman in her comments that I want to be a strong supporter of this bill once I know that it does exactly what it is that we say it's going to do. I have very little information regarding this bill, and for that reason, I'll be a no today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. And once again, I just want to thank you for the 4 years of excellent collaborative work that we've done up to now. And I am confident we will get to yes on this bill for everybody. Representative Buckby for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the courtesy of a second time. There was something that was discussed as well, and I don't want to lose track of it. There was a bill that we had a public hearing on that we discussed possibly being a part of this. That was 5640, which was from Representative McCourty about the wires and the concerns we had with some of those wires. And we discussed the possibility of that moving into some of SB 7. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up that topic, that that's something that has been discussed, that we could move that into the bill as well.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not sure it goes in this one or in maybe the technology bill, but our preference obviously would be that this gets resolved between the parties. Making legislation on something like this is always complicated and has unintended consequences, but we understand that it's a very, very legitimate concern.
And thank you for that. That's part of I bring up that one, not necessarily specifically about that bill, but knowing there's many, hearing my colleagues of the former ranking member mentioning and my good friend next to me, Representative Cheeseman, mentioning, there's a lot more discussions that have gone on that are about a lot of other bills that are going to find homes with some things that, while may not be on the agenda for today, or may not be seen in 7, or might be seen in a different bill. There's been some shifting and a lot of discussion, and I truly appreciate the votes in the way that they're sitting, and I appreciate the efforts from the chairs to work collaboratively just to reiterate that. So I just wanted to say thank you again, and I appreciate the second time. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And again, because it's hard to know who's on, I'm getting information from my good ranking member and the clerk and via text. Seriously, if anybody, I know it's not 100% formal to the rules, but if anybody has been missed, please speak up. We don't see anybody with their hands up right now. So with that, Mr. Clerk, when you do a roll call vote.
Roll call vote on SB 7. Yep. LCO 6062. Action is JFS to the floor. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Rep Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator McCrory. Senator McCrory. Rep Foster,
Representative Foster votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Ackert,
No.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Senator Cabrera. Rep Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes no.
Rep D'Amico, Rep D'Amico, Rep Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes no.
Rep Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Rep Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Senator Maroney, Rep Meskers, Rep Meskers, Rep Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Rep Piscopo,
Rep. Piscopo votes no.
Rep Tersiak, Rep Tersiak. The roll call will be held open until 3 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you read the call for the next item on the agenda?
HB 6764, proposed action to JFS to the floor with LCO 5969.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm going to defer to my co-chair on this bill. Representative Steinberg, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's any bill in which we need to beg your indulgence, it's perhaps this one. Solar is something that I think we all agree is an important means by which for us to increase our supply here in Connecticut. It's certainly much more in our control than Hydro-Quebec or offshore wind. This is something that we used to have a lot of momentum on, but in recent years, slowed down a little bit. And there are any number of factors for that, including the ongoing supply chain and cost issues that have made projects less affordable in many cases. But we wanted to make a serious effort to see what we could do to push forward additional solar development in the state. And this represented a good faith effort to put some ideas on the table. The LCO version, the only difference between that and the bill that we heard in public hearing is that we removed section 1, and that's specifically because we now know that PURA has a docket that will explicitly address this, and Chair Gillette has promised to report back to this committee once that docket is complete, so we didn't need that section. Section 2 of the bill was about the uniform capacity tax. You're all aware that we had heard testimony with regard to the ability for municipalities to recover some of those costs. We're still working it through. There's the distinction between personal property and real estate taxes has turned out to be thornier than we thought, and we're trying to work it through. I can't guarantee we are going to do so, but it was important to keep this concept alive. Section 3 of the bill relates to the NRES program, and similarly, it's been a challenge for us. We've had good conversations with Commissioner Chair Gillette about some ways in which we might be able to access buckets that are underutilized, while the small cap NRES projects have been oversubscribed as of late. We want to make it possible for as many projects as possible to move forward, and we're trying to work out a framework by which we can encourage this. This is particularly important as well in a lot of our urban communities where there's opportunity for non-residential solar programs. Again, work in progress, not ideal. We prefer we had all the answers you needed, but we're not quite there yet. Section 4 had to do with reconciling the low-income definitions to make us eligible for the federal IRA funds. That is being addressed in SB 7 with language that has met with the approval of the agency, so it will not be needed in this section. And there's still a few other things we're working on, perhaps a solar canopies working group, and a few other ideas. Again, this is not as baked as we would have liked it, but I hope you will all agree that having a solar bill that we can continue to work on, at least for the short term, is worth our while, given the fact that it's something that we can do something about here in the state of Connecticut by encouraging more solar. We're very sensitive to adding anything that would impact ratepayers, and we're very sensitive to our desire not to create inequities in the system with this. I encourage you to support the bill. You will be kept involved before anything is further JFS if we get it out of committee. But we're going to need a little bit more time on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. One other piece of housekeeping. Can I get a motion to JFS to the floor 6764?
So moved.
Representative Steinberg moved it. Second,
Second,
who is that? Representative.
Foster.
Thank you so much. And now Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the House Chairman, the good House Chairman, moving this effort forward. I think we absolutely share the goal of wanting to see the development of affordable solar across the state, and we'll continue to share that goal and try to work towards it in a way that as many of us as possible can agree to. I do have concerns about 6764 as it is, specifically Section 3, which would lift the caps and in other ways increase the capacity of the NRES, the RRES, and the programs, which are effectively the programs that are the primary programs that subsidize solar power in the state of Connecticut. These are new programs that were created last year by the legislature that changed in significant and important ways the legacy program that supported solar in the state. I voted for that bill on the floor. It is in its infancy, the new program. There has not been full price discovery of how and at what cost, implicitly or explicitly, the new NRES and RRES programs are subsidized by ratepayers, because it is still in its infancy and because it is not clear what the price discovery is and to what extent ratepayers are going to be subsidizing the development. I am concerned about passing this bill as is through committee today. When my understanding is that when asked for a cost estimate to the ratepayers on this program, that PURA was not fully able to provide it at the moment because of the relative nascence of this of the new NRES programs to support solar development. The ratepayer as is in arrears have been subsidizing, supporting through higher rates, solar development, solar deployment in the state to the tune of, probably tens of millions a year. And I fully expect, no matter what, that support to continue in some form. But at the moment, I am concerned that we're moving too fast, and the cost could be potentially significant and noticeable of passing 6764 as is. So I am hopeful that we can work towards a final bill on the floor that is agreeable to all parties. At the moment, I think there might be some no votes on the committee because of that. So I do ask for a roll call. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the comments of my fellow ranking member on this as well. Certainly some concerns, not as many has been flushed out. I'm concerned of the study that was recently taken off of that. I think that's beneficial. My other concern is the funds collected to the general fund, which I would rather see that go. If there are funds to be collected, I don't think we need to put more into the general fund on this. That makes me nervous on the bill itself. I am, of course, in favor of every possible way of green energy that we can get to. I did pull some numbers, just basic things, and looking back over the last, going back to 2015, which is the first year we actually had some numbers on solar, it was about 0.4% of the grid. And now we're looking at 2.7. The growth hasn't been that strong for us to put big investment of dollars behind, where we've seen wind even grow faster than that in the same time frame. I just think it's a good step back at this point to take a look. And while we've made some great strides in becoming more carbon neutral, if you look in the last 20 years, it's been about a 75% great work by what we're doing. I just don't know is this kind of larger investment into solar is the way to go. I'm not wholeheartedly opposed to the bill. I think I'd like to see it once it hits the House floor and work with the good chairs on this and see what we're going to do. I'm confident it will pass through today, but I need to flag it with a no on my part. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Buckby. Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to Jonathan for your, Representative Steinberg for your comments on this. Question, Representative Steinberg, if you would, so when you talk about the caps in section 3, we have some projects that are stagnant right now because if the section, so the small commercial is what it is. I think it's under 200,000 kilowatt project, and I could be wrong on the number. That has oversubscribed. The cap was 12 megawatts, and we're at I think 19 megawatts subscribed. Is this address that issue?
Thank you for the question, Representative Ackert. It indeed is intended to try to address the issue. I think we're probably in agreement that raising the cap at this point is not maybe premature, but the thought that we had of that if at a certain point during the year, if one of the buckets, in this case, namely the smaller size one, is oversubscribed and the other buckets are effectively underutilized, that there might be some way to allow us to make that available to the smaller ones so as to take full advantage of the allocation of subsidy we had put forward. In conversations with Chair Gillette, she's open to this idea. She's not in favor of raising the cap, but the idea of being able to make available or transfer the availability of such funds to the most utilized to take care of some of the projects that are currently in the queue, she thinks maybe is the basis for a compromise. That's why we want to at least keep this section alive. There's, as I said, there's a lot of opportunity out there that's going wanting. We've already had some projects that have not moved forward, primarily because of the pandemic and all of the consequences relating to that. So we're hopeful that we can use a good program like the NRES program. The fact that so many people have been interested in putting forward projects for the smaller commercial suggests that there's more opportunity there. And this is something we can do right now. So again, I'm asking for people's indulgence. We're unlikely to raise the cap given everybody's comments, but we do want to look at other options to take advantage of projects that are otherwise not going to happen. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Representative Ackford?
Yes, it does. And then a follow-up is that I believe some changes, I believe it might be changes in lines 82 to 84 that talks about assessment, maybe dealing with property taxes, and that some of our communities were, listen, property tax in all of our communities are, a high cost to most individuals. So it looks like this, and from some of the conversation that took place in the public hearing about, hey, we're just going to you're going to move we're going to eliminate it on solar, but we're going to move it to, others in the community. Is that going to be something that would be addressed, or are you looking at keeping that in language, or am I misstating the language?
Just to be clear, our primary interest is making sure municipalities are adequately compensated, that currently there are a lot of exemptions where the municipality doesn't even get the benefit of that tax. And we wanted to make sure that it was equitable across all 169 towns. The exact language, the way we're going to go about that, is still being negotiated. And we have parties on both sides. I think we've made progress, frankly. We wouldn't be keeping this in there if we didn't think there was at least a path for consensus. It's just that we're still in the middle of it. So the idea is very much to make sure municipalities are kept whole, and that they get their fair share of the tax revenues, and that we do it in a consistent way across the state.
Thank you again for that answer. And I'll just final comment. You had mentioned regarding why we're not implementing as much solar, as we could. I talk to people in these businesses, and they just don't have bodies to do the work. They're so backlogged. Some cases are a year and a half backlog. So maybe if that was addressed somehow, I think we have the programs. I've never been in support of caps. Virtual that meeting was one of that really drove me crazy. But we'll continue to cap stuff here in Connecticut, and wonder why we don't compete with our neighboring states. But thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You raised a good point. We talk about solar being at a fairly modest 3%. You look at what Massachusetts has been doing and the like. They've done a lot more to foster solar in their states. We are concerned about maybe interconnectivity issues, but we're nowhere near that point where it's really that big of an issue. Back when we passed 1180, for those of you who remember that 12 years ago, we initiated some real momentum on solar. And, given the difficulty of the transition from the V&M program to SCEP and everything that happened because of the pandemic, through no fault of anybody's, we've lost a lot of momentum. And we're just trying to figure ways to get back on track. Thank you. You going to manage this, Mr. Chair, or do you want me to continue to look at questions?
I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. Going once, twice, three times. Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll?
Roll call vote on HB 6764 to JFS to the floor, LCO 5969. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Rep. Steinberg,
Rep. Steinberg votes yes.
Senator McCrory. Senator McCrory. Rep. Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Rep. Buckby,
No.
Rep. Ackert,
Yes.
Rep. Ali Brennan,
Rep. Ali Brennan votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Senator Cabrera. Rep. Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes no.
Rep D'Amico. Rep D'Amico. Rep Ferraro. Rep Ferraro.
Rep Ferraro votes no.
Rep Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Rep Horn.
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator Maroney. Senator Maroney. Rep Meskers. Rep Meskers. Rep Mashinsky.
Rep Mashinsky votes yes.
Rep Piscopo.
Rep Piscopo votes no.
Sorry, I couldn't see your face, Representative Piscopo. Can you say it again?
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Thank you. Representative Tersiak. Representative Tersiak. I now see Senator McCrory on. Senator McCrory, we're voting on HB 6764 JFS to the floor with LCO 5969.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Vote will be held open until 3 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you read the next item?
Senate Bill 19, proposed action JF to floor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I believe this will be a roll call vote also. Can I get a motion to move this?
So moved.
Representative Steinberg, can I get a second?
Second, Representative Foster.
Thank you. So this bill is a bill that would give consumers the benefit of not paying for a full month's of service when they cancel it in the middle of the month. I think it's a pretty clear and straight bill. There have been people who've been paying for full months when they cancel their service even before the 15th of the month. So this bill, I think, is a good consumer protection bill, and I recommend that we vote yes for it. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I appreciate the intent of being a consumer watchdog of what this is, I think it opens a huge can of worms. When you look at most subscription-based business that's out there, including these organizations, all of your streaming, everything is when you cancel, you have your date of when it's from when you sign up. If it's from the 15th to the 15th, that's when it expires. That's when it's over. I think if we start changing this for one section and one business area, one target, I think it becomes very confusing and very concerning down the road. I think the efforts would be better made in having people understand when you end your monthly subscription, this is where it ends and this is what the time is for it. I think, again, the intent of the bill is good, but I think as far as legislation goes, it's not something that I can personally, or I'm sure many of my colleagues could support at this time. So it's going to be a no, but happy to listen to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Representative. I see Representative Gresco's up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say, as we continue working on this, I would be interested to see if this was going to be something, if passed, would be applied uniformly, meaning if I wanted to cancel any of my other subscriptions rather than just my cable bill, for example, whether or not these protections would be afforded me to cancel one of the myriad of pay-for channels that are available out there now. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Point well taken. Representative Ali Brennan up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just echo the comments of Representative Gresco and Representative Buckby. If we're going to go down this road, I think it should be expanded to all video providers. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I won't echo the previous comments with which I agree. I'm also concerned that Pura indicated they would need additional staff to properly review complaints, and given the additional burdens we're placing on Pura, I am loath to add to this, absent an equal level playing field with regard to the other subscribers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see anybody else. There being no other comments, Mr. Clerk, can you just repeat the full call of the bill, and let's do a roll call vote.
Senate Bill 19, an act prohibiting fiber optic providers and cable companies from charging customers through the end of a billing cycle after a subscription is canceled. The action is JF to the floor. Beginning the roll call vote now. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Rep. Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Rep. Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Rep. Buckby,
Buckby's a no.
Rep. Ackert,
No.
Rep. Ali Brennan,
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Rep. Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes no.
Rep. D'Amico, Rep. Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes no.
Rep. Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Rep. Horn, Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Rep. Meskers, Rep. Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Rep. Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Rep. Tersiak, concludes the roll call for now. Votes we held open until 3.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you read the call of item 4?
Item 4, House Bill 5628, an act establishing a task force to study the state's hydropower assets. JF to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is also a work in process. We've had a lot of conversations about what to do with in-state hydro. We're forming a working group / task force on this. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good bill put forward by the
Need a
honorable
motion?
ranking member, Representative Buckby. It tries to take a thorough look at zero carbon, reliable, clean energy in the form of hydropower in order to support its development in the state, and in a careful way. I'd like to offer the item for consent.
Thank you, Senator. There being a couple comments on this, Representative Eckert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the good ranking member from the Senate. I'm going to support this legislation, but I'm sick of studying this. We have valuable assets in the state of Connecticut that aren't properly reimbursed. They can't invest in their property. They can't improve them. They can't make the improvements to the waterways so that the fish can be properly taken care of. Let's stop it. Let's do something. I've got to visit some of these facilities. We pay kilowatt hours much higher in other areas of what I will call renewable and sustainable energy, except here. because we will invest in new ones, but we'll never invest in new ones because we'll never get a permit to pass for a new one ever in the state of Connecticut. But we have facilities, and studying them, studies have been done, information's out there. Properly support them, get them up and running, put the improvements in them, and let's use localized energy right here in Connecticut.
Thank you, Representative Eckert, Co-Chair Steinberg.
I hesitate to even say anything after Representative Acker's passionate support for what we're trying to do here. This is truly bipartisan. But before I go any further, I've been advised we really do need a motion and a second.
I apologize once again. Can I get a motion on 5628?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
If I may, what is the motion? Is it to
It's a motion to move to the consent calendar.
Sure. Thank you.
5628. Representative Buckby moved it. Representative Ferraro seconded it. There being no other comments.
I actually didn't finish my comments.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Jonathan. So
I will be brief. Since this is a bipartisan effort and we're all eager to do something, we have collected a lot of data. We've talked to a lot of the folks who are involved. The compensation formula is the thing we've been hung up on. We're hopeful that a study group could help us understand the magnitude of the investment that needs to be done and create some sort of framework for us to understand which of these projects needs to be supported. Several of them are on the brink of being decommissioned. Okay, that's good to hear. It's complicated. There are different vintages, different sizes. They have different issues with fish ladders, and in many cases they've created ponds that are now permanent features of the landscape. It's just turned out to be more complicated than we originally had hoped. So I share Representative Acker's total frustration that we can't immediately pull a trigger on this, but I'm very encouraged that everybody seems to be in favor of it if we can just get to a point where we have a good action plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been advised that one of our members has already lost power and they are seeking other places. Oh, okay, great. Excellent. There being no other comments, this goes to the consent calendar. Did I do that right?
If you want it, you could do a vote, or you could say if there's no objection, move to the consent calendar. Yeah, that's fine.
There being no objection, move to the consent. Thank you. One day, 10 years from now, I'll have this down pat. Item 5 on the agenda, Mr. Clerk, can you do the call?
Senate Bill 20, an act concerning acquisitions and mergers of cable and telecommunications providers. JF to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can I get a motion on this? Anyone? Thank you. Can I get a second? Representative Steinberg made the motion. Dead air here. Can I get a second on this bill?
Second.
Thank you, Representative Gresco. This bill has to do with giving some more oversight to the regulators for mergers and acquisitions of telecom providers. There have been problems and some majority leader in the Senate thought this was a bill that was important to pass. I recommend passage of the bill and JF it to the floor. Any comments?
Thank you.
Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's some concern that the policy might be preempted by federal law and regulation, and moreover that the federal government may be able to better regulate the matter than the state. Obviously, the state rightfully has strong oversight over telecom utilities and must continue to in order to protect customers. At the moment, I'm not confident that the policy's been fully fleshed out. So I will be a no, and I think there'll be other no's. So I asked for a roll call vote today.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. Any other comments? Mr. Clerk, can you do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on SB 20, an act concerning acquisitions and mergers of cable and telecommunications providers. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Rep. Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Senator McCrory, Rep. Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Rep. Buckby,
No.
Rep. Ackert,
No.
Rep. Ali Brennan,
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Senator Cabrera, Rep. Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes no.
Rep. D'Amico, Rep. D'Amico, Rep. Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes no.
Rep. Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Rep. Horn,
Sorry, Rep Horn, no power, but still cell service, votes yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Senator Maroney, Rep. Meskers, Rep. Meskers, Rep. Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Rep. Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Rep. Tersiak, Rep. Tersiak. Vote will be held open until 3 p.m. Thank you.
Senator McCrory votes yes.
Sorry, Senator, I didn't see you there.
Don't worry about it. I just got there.
Thank you, Senator McCrory. Item 6, Mr. Clerk.
Item 6, House Bill 6339, an act establishing a task force to study converting biosolids to energy. JF to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can I get a motion on this?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio. Anybody have any comments on this? Anybody?
Representative Mashinsky has her hand raised. Is it relevant to this
No.
bill?
Okay, great.
Well,
We're gonna
Mr. Chairman,
we're gonna let Representative Buckby go first because this was his bill and he had his hand up first, and then followed by Representative Mashinsky.
This is where it gets difficult with Zoom and in real life where, when the chair is picking on you, it's tough to find out when you can't see that on Zoom. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I want to echo some comments from my good friend and former ranking member on this committee, Representative Ackert, brought up that it's tiring to see a lot of studies and a lot of task forces, and it's time to do some things. And I wholeheartedly agree on the previous bill, but it's also on this bill. We've been looking at this issue, and yes, there's PFAS issues. Yes, there's concerns of where do we ship it out? Where does it go? It's time to come up with some solutions and stop just saying, hey, let's not kick the can down the road, but kick the poo down the road. We need to start coming up with some real solutions on this, because what we're doing right now, frankly, stinks. And it's time we put this forward. I think this is a good bill. I think I would hope that my colleagues feel the same way. This is something, if we study this and figure this out, as opposed to the amount of cost it takes to ship it out of state and dispose of it, let's find a way with this group, with this study, let's find a way to make this into the power and the energy that we can use. Put it to work, put ourselves to work, keep it here. I think there's a way that we can get this done, but we need people who are far smarter than the chairs on this committee, all respect intended. So I'm hoping that we can eventually get this to consent, but I'm looking forward to hear how my colleagues feel about it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I don't want to step into this one. I just pile it on. I had to do that. Representative Mashinsky.
Mr. Chairman, there is some overlap here with the Environment Committee and similar legislation, which Representative Gresco can fill you in on. But mainly I raised my hand because we skipped over the hydrogen bill, and I wondered if you did that on purpose, or was that an accident? Are we coming back to it?
I don't think we did that. I think hydrogen task force is item 10. We moved the agenda around a little bit yesterday from the draft agenda, so I apologize for that to anybody who's looking at an older version.
Okay, my mistake. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No problem at all. Does anybody else have Comments? Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, when I actually started looking over these legislation and found out how many study bills and councils there were and things like that. And I thought I got off the higher education committee but what I want to say is that this is a laudable goal. And the more we got the anaerobic digesters up and running in the state of Connecticut that are in full force, Coventry's up and running and should be delivering energy, I think this month, if not in April. So enormous value to the community, and I strongly support this legislation.
Thank you, Representative. Anybody else?
I'd like to, without further notice, move this to consent.
Thank you, Representative. There being no other comments, move this to consent. Thank you. Item 7 on the agenda.
Senate Bill 1099, an act creating a nuclear advisory council. JF to the floor.
Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that this is Senator Austin's proposal, which would create a nuclear advisory council in the state. It has been done in other states in the country, and the premise would be to have deputize people in our state government to carefully examine the nuclear industry in the state. Obviously, its ability to provide zero carbon reliable electricity, and hopefully to do it in a safe, reliable, and affordable way in the long term, to be agnostic but careful about examining how to ensure that the industry is working well for the energy industry. So I am going to be supportive of the bill. I am not sure where the entire committee is, but I would be willing to put it on consent if there is not objection.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. I think we have a couple of comments. This is a JF to the floor. Representative Ferraro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be very brief. When it comes to nuclear energy, I've always been a big supporter. Small footprint, great efficiency, very safe these days. Having an oversight committee and one looking at this industry is long overdue. I'm in full support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. No other comments. Oh. Representative Cheeseman.
Great bill ought to pass.
Wow, that's the floor tactic to be remembered. Good bill ought to pass, or great bill ought to pass, or terrible bill ought to fail. I like it. There being no other comments, move to consent. Thank you. Item number 8, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 6496, an act concerning test bed technologies. JF to floor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is a JF to the floor, as the clerk said. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do applaud Representative Steinberg, who brought this bill forward to begin with. And it reminds me a little bit, I spent the last 6 years on the Commerce Committee, and Commerce, we had brought up a sandbox bill, which really allows people to test a little bit more successful ideas. And unfortunately, that never moved as far. I think this is a critical piece in driving business here, in putting creative minds to work. I think honestly, I don't see any concerns with this bill whatsoever. And I think I'm gonna copy my good neighbor here, Representative Cheeseman, and say good bill ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Steinberg, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, I'd like to start with a comment that we need a motion in a second.
Oh, once again, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
You have that, Will? Yes. Thank you, Representative Steinberg, and thank you for the housekeeping helps. Takes a village, especially with me.
I'll leave it at that. Everybody seems to be supportive, so let's keep it moving.
Thank you, Representative. Move this to consent. Thank you. Item number 9.
Senate Bill 1127, or sorry, 1172. An act concerning energy generated from solid waste management, JFS to floor with LCO 5869.
So moved.
If I may, the motion, there has to be a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Representative Mashinsky, second by Representative Cheeseman.
Can you say the action, please?
An act concerning energy generated from solid waste management, JFS to the floor. Thank you. 10 more years. I got them. We on this committee and the Environment Committee last year created a working group. One of the pieces which Representative Gresco, Chair of the Environment Committee, has been working diligently on is looking at new technologies for solid waste management. This committee, our part was requesting that PURA do a study on the value of the energy. This is obviously an ongoing conversation, a major topic between environment and energy and the administration, solving our solid waste management problems in the state, the problems that have been coming and now have hit us as a result of the shutdown of the South Meadow Mira plant. This bill, I request everybody's indulgence to JFS this to the floor so that the conversation can continue. And we come up with legislation this year that puts the state of Connecticut on a path for 20 years in becoming leaders once again in how we deal with solid waste generated in Connecticut. Senator Fazio.
It's a good bill, ought to pass, and without objection, would like to offer it for consent too.
There being no objections, this goes on the consent calendar. Thank you. Up next, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 6851, an act implementing recommendations of the Hydrogen Task Force, JFS to the floor with LCO 6060.
So moved.
Second.
You guys have taken over. Thank you. Representative Mashinsky made the motion.
Rep Steinberg, second.
I have to say it's JFS to the floor, LCO 6060. Representative Mashinsky, who seconded it?
Representative Steinberg.
Mr. Co-Chair, I leave this to you to comment.
Thank you. I think we were all impressed by the presentation of the recommendations of the Hydrogen Task Force. They brought a lot of experts to bear. So much of what we would like to see happen may hinge on whether or not the Northeast Consortium wins its bid for a hydrogen hub with the federal government. That means that some of the recommendations that are related to funding, we are not going to really look at doing this year until we have some more clarity. But there are elements of this bill which are important to move forward with this year. Some of these are really a bet on Connecticut industry. Not only our existing fuel cells, but some new manufacturing capacity as well. And this bill goes a ways towards building the opportunity for workforce and for community benefits, such that we address some of the community justice issues. And overall, it is intended for Connecticut to be able to establish perhaps a differential advantage when it comes to the emerging hydrogen industry. One of the things we're still in the process of working through is the specific directions to DEEP on the definition of clean hydrogen. That is only one component. This is a general hydrogen bill, and that continues to encompass our existing hydrogen technologies. But that's something that seems to be important as we go forward. It's one of the things that we're working on. This bill is mostly baked. It just needs just a little bit of polishing up that we hope to get done in the next week or two. I urge your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Representative Buckby. Just
There
like
we go.
grab the reins.
Thank you, Chairman Needleman. Thank you. I'd like to echo some of the comments first off of the good chair. This was perhaps in my tenure here, as short as it may be compared to others, that was probably the best task force I've seen come back with results, talent, a lot of incredible information that goes above and beyond the knowledge pool of this committee. Some very, very intelligent people that I'm happy to see that stepped up to work on this task force. My concern on the bill, the only one I have is defining hydrogen, right? And we have that right now in alliance with asking DEEP to do this. I would caution the committee to ensure that we align that with the federal definition of what hydrogen is, and so we don't have that hurdle down the road. I think it's critical that we dot our I's and cross our T's and get our definitions done properly before we go forward, so that aligns with where we can get the funding on the federal side for that, if that's the primary concern. I would ask the committee to do so in good conscience, and with so I will be supporting the bill, but certainly I'd like to hear many more of my colleagues. I see so many hands are up for this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Up next is Representative Piscopo, followed by Representative Ollie Brennan, followed by Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I agree with our House Chair. It was that task force and the ranking member. That task force was really something to see. I was happy I made the information meeting when they briefed us on it. It was optimistic. It was innovative. It was just really, really good to see. And I think we unlocked this potential of hydrogen energy in the very, very near future. We have that opportunity. I think the task force somewhat hobbled us. It hobbled itself, and it hobbled our optimism. It kind of put constraints on our potential. It did it in a way where this whole clean hydrogen definition comes into play here. I went back. I read the bill, the original bill that we debated on the floor of the House and Senate, and I read the Public Act, and it had that bill. Creating this task force had a number of different things we had to go that was tasked for that we had to look at. Clean hydrogen was maybe 5 or 6. It was one of the many different items that we had to look at. And the task force took this and they put it front and center. It was in the first sentence of the task force study. It's in the last paragraph. It's in every paragraph almost. And it just, we were seeing this industry ready to roll. I mean, they're setting up power plants in Korea and Europe. And I think Connecticut has and these are all from people from Connecticut. innovation from Connecticut. They're actually splitting the water molecule, hydrogen and oxygen, and taking the hydrogen and running power plants on it. It's really amazing. It was something to watch. We're in position here to lead the world, Connecticut. And you heard Yankee ingenuity at its best. I just think we should go in that direction and take right off. I think we got bogged down with the whole clean energy and waiting to create the infrastructure and through clean energy produce hydrogen, and we're in fact ready to roll. So it's with a little bit of frustration and disappointment, but having said all that, I have to vote for this. It's the only game in town, if you will, and so I'm going to vote for it and support it. But I just had to vent a little, and I thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Vent anytime you want. That's what we're here for. Representative Ali Brennan, followed by Representative Mashitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment that as the chair of the House Select Committee on Sustainable and Renewable Energy, a lot of our work has been finding out with our agencies, about the federal opportunities there are through IIJA and the IRA bill that was passed this past year, and just how we can kind of streamline Connecticut to access those competitive dollars. And so when we had conversations with the Green Bank, I asked, is there legislation before us on any of our committees that could help us, kind of gain access to these and take full advantage of the opportunities. They mentioned this bill. And so, I'll be supporting this bill. And I know I'm hoping that in a bipartisan fashion, we can pass sections 1, 2, and possibly 3, because this will, become significantly relevant to their proposals, and passing this could position us ahead of our competition. So looking forward to supporting this bill and what comes out of it to the floor of the House. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ali Brennan. Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in full support of the bill. We do have NEL in Wallingford, which is formerly known as Proton, and they work on this very issue, very cutting edge, and like to see them do more work. And I'd like to see us get the federal funding to embrace hydrogen power. I did want to ask, is in the JFS, do we have the Connecticut Hydrogen Council? Because some of the witnesses at the hearing had recommended that we do that. So to make sure we better align with the federal law to make sure that we are a winner in the competition. So does the JFS include a hydrogen council to allow us to parallel the federal law?
If I might answer, it does not, in the sense that we chose to afford DEEP the opportunity to complete the regional effort on the hub before we get to that point. It's certainly something we contemplate, we might consider for next year. I also want to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity to thank my predecessor, David Arcani, for having come up with this idea in the first place, because we wouldn't be having this conversation about this topic if we hadn't done that kind of work. So I take Representative Mashinsky's comment very seriously. We want to sustain the momentum and the input, the engagement on this subject. And it's something that we will definitely keep in mind.
Okay, I have an amendment if you want to do this. I know you got it last minute, but I will bring it to you as the bill moves toward the floor.
Representative Mashinsky, you're well known for bringing really interesting amendments to the floor. Some of them you didn't succeed. So we will look at it very, very carefully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I almost panicked because I didn't know if you meant an amendment right now.
Well, I
would have broken out into a sweat, Mary. I wouldn't have known.
No, I actually was going to do that, but I was going to do that today. However, both of you said that these are works in progress and you will consider additional language as we move to the floor. So I take you at your word.
Absolutely. And thank you. Mercifully, thank you. Representative Cheeseman.
So I guess I won't offer my amendment then. I just, actually Representative Steinberg, precluded me. I wanted to make sure we mentioned hydrogen and Representative Arconti in the same sentence. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. All the hard work that Representative Arconti did, Senator Formica, Representative Ferraro, and the whole committee for the last 4 years stands out in my mind as an example of the way we are supposed to be working together and as the way the public expects us to work together. So kudos to all of them for their hard work and for the whole committee. Mr. Clerk, this is a roll call vote.
I think we can.
You got, without objection, we'd like to move this to consent. There being none, consent calendar. Yes. We don't need a motion for consent, but we did do a motion for the bill, didn't we? Thank you. I'm looking in all directions here. Next up, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 1171, an act concerning petroleum storage levels, JF to floor.
So again, this is a JF to the floor. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Representative Buckby, Senator Fazio. Just to be clear about this, this is a placeholder bill. There were clearly issues in November with the amount of petroleum that was in state, and petroleum serves both home heating oil needs and power generation needs. There was a strange market anomaly that had us having very little storage in November. It did improve by the time we got into December, thankfully, but that anomaly could have led to a real problem had we had an extreme weather event. And as we did around Christmas time, this bill is a placeholder to see if we can work out any way to ensure that we do not go into the winter without adequate oil storage as we deal with our known winter reliability problem. So this is a JF to the floor. If there are any comments, Representative Buckby, Senator Fazio, anyone?
No real comments, Mr. Chair. I'd like to say that, you know, the issues back November, December definitely scared us. And I think it's certainly a smart thing for us to do to be a little more prepared. Again, I would like to echo, there is quite an echo in this room today from good Representative Ackert's comments on this and another study, but I'm hoping this study actually provides us some solid details to move forward, especially when it comes to petroleum storage. That's something we need to, I'm going to do it. We need to keep it on the back burner. It really needs to happen. So good bill out of pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Without objection, I'd like to offer it for consent.
Thank you, Senator. No objection being heard. We will move this to the consent calendar. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 5641, an act concerning notification of utility service terminations at rental properties, JF to floor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is a JF to the floor. Can I get a motion on this bill?
So moved.
So moved.
Representative Buckby.
Second.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. Our good former ranking member pointed out that there is a sort of a weakness in the framework for property owners when there are service terminations at rental properties can create a huge liability issue should there be frozen pipes or the like. Although this is complicated to try to figure out how to do properly, we believe it's enough of an issue that this bill, again, as a work in process, should be something that we try to resolve. taking into account that there are certain privacy issues involved here, but the liability for property owners can be quite substantial. So. Yeah, Representative Buckby, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm looking at you nodding.
The look and nod works when we're not on Zoom, I guess,
Yeah,
right?
I
When we can
guess.
pull that off. But I think Representative Ferraro put forth a solid bill here. We've had some great response from it in public hearing. And without any objection, I'd like to suggest we move this to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no objection, this goes on the consent calendar. Mr. Clerk, next.
Senate Bill 1170, an act concerning the procurement of zero carbon resources from eligible nuclear power generating facilities. JF to floor.
Thank you. As said, this is a JF to the floor. And can I get a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Oh, second.
Representative Buckby, Senator Fazio. This is another placeholder bill. Should the administration, the state and Millstone arrive at a future agreement to extend the contract under extremely favorable terms for the state. People know who I'm looking at right now. But I mean extremely favorable terms for the state. We want to have a placeholder bill that would allow the administration to come to us to have a conversation about that. So again, a placeholder bill. We know the power purchase agreement that the state entered into with Dominion Energy, and this gives us the opportunity to address that should we need to. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without further objection, I'd like to suggest we move this to consent.
Thank you, Representative Buckby. Seeing no objection, moves on the consent calendar. Mr. Clerk, up next.
HB 6848, an act concerning gas leak detectors in new and existing construction. JFS to floor with LCO 5871.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, 6848 JFS to the floor, LCO 5871. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Representative Buckby, second Representative Steinberg. A really important suggestion for a bill. And although this will hopefully be JFS'd out as a standalone bill, the hope is that this goes into SB 7 and that we come up with a plan. Representative Buckby, as the proponent, you might want to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's a, I know this is a tougher lift for us here. But this came to me from constituents in district who had a very, it's a tragic accident at their home. And it's something that should have been put in place many years ago. I think the gas leak detector could have certainly saved lives and most certainly could have saved property as well, especially today. You know, gas has an odor added to it so that people can detect that odor and know when there's a gas leak. But there was a recent incident, I believe in Darien, where the gentleman who was in the building had COVID and lost his sense of smell. And the additional need for more safety precautions when it comes to something so volatile, I think is critical. I commend the chairs for taking this on for us to do. I realize there's other moving parts to it that we're going to have to address, but certainly a very important bill to constituents in my district, and I'm proud to bring it forward. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Buckby. Representative Eckert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank Representative Buckby for bringing this bill forward. His consistent effort on this issue is laudable. I normally would be a strong no on this bill, and not for what's the language in it in terms of what it's trying to accomplish, but this is not how the legislature does codes. We have a codes and standards committee that meets regularly, and they present codes for discussion, have more comments brought forward from the public, from many organizations. So what I'm going to keep an eye on this bill. I will support this moving forward. But if the language does not direct the codes and standards to strongly consider this in the next code cycle, then I will have a pretty long discussion on the floor on this legislation. So just because that's how we do it. When we as a legislature starts to mingle with the process that works, then we create a I don't know, precedents that we shouldn't do codes that way. But I got to give the credit to Representative Buckby for pushing and really pushing, and he knows how I feel about this. And but I will let's move this forward. And then make sure that we let the codes and standards know that this is a top priority, and how do we implement this appropriately. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Eckert, and I think we all agree with that. And hopefully we find some way to move this forward, but provide some support through some mechanism for providing these detectors to people that need them while that process unwinds or runs through. Representative Horn.
I basically am going to associate myself with the comments of the good Representative Eckert, both in terms of praising Representative Buckby's tenacity on this issue and efforts to resolve a significant issue, but also that given my own experience on similar issues, that this does really need to be done through the building code. So I mostly just say what he said. Thanks.
Representative Cheeseman.
Ditto.
We are being incredibly succinct today. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, without further objection, I would suggest we move this item to consent.
There being no objection, excuse me. Please put this on the consent calendar. I've changed my notes here. Next item on the agenda, Mr. Clerk.
SB 1168, an act concerning energy sources in the state. JF to the floor.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
This is a JF to the floor of 1168. It is a placeholder bill about energy sources in the state of Connecticut. It's a standard bill that we add on. I'm not sure we have any immediate content for it, but we want to provide an option should something come up. Any comments? Representative Buckby.
Mr. Chair, without any further objection, I'd like to suggest we move this to consent.
Seeing no objections, let's add this to the consent calendar. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
SB 6849, an act concerning certain water company loans. JF to the floor.
6849 JF to the floor. Can I get a motion on this bill, please?
Moved.
Representative Steinberg.
Second.
Representative Foster. Any conversation on this bill? Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have concerns about this bill today. I understand the premise that we want to make it reasonably easy for our utilities, including our water companies, to raise capital in order to make investments. We also acknowledge the importance of having strong regulatory oversight, and that is one of the basic premises of a lot of pieces of legislation that we are moving forward today. I did read with great interest the testimony, the somewhat critical testimony of our good chair of PURA about this legislation. I perhaps could get to a point where I would support this at some date if there was limitations, at minimum, if there were limitations on the total amount of debt that water companies could raise without significant oversight from PURA, without the normal oversight from PURA and approvals. But as is, it does not have that. I believe that it should have a roll call vote, and I will be voting no today in order to flag it. So I appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Chair, and do ask for that roll call.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Steinberg, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I think Senator Fazio hit it on the head. One of the big concerns was without a cap on how much they could leverage under the proposed language, PURA was very concerned. I will say that even though PURA has reservations about this, they suggested some language, at least for consideration, that the water companies find encouraging. We've talked about the cap idea as well. This is going to require a little bit more conversation. Frankly, if we can't come to an accommodation really soon, this bill will die. But we're still in the process of that conversation. And if we can overcome the couple of hurdles that are still left, it's still quite possible we'll have a bill that will accomplish very much along the lines of what Senator Fazio alluded to. So this one is going to get resolved pretty quickly one way or the other. We just need a little bit more time on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have any other comments? Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll?
House Bill 6849, an act concerning certain water company loans, JF to the floor. Roll call vote. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Rep. Steinberg,
Steinberg votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Senator McCrory,
Senator McCory votes yes.
Rep. Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Rep. Buckby,
Cautiously no.
Rep. Ackert, no. Rep. Ali Brennan,
Rep. Ali Brennan votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Senator Cabrera, Rep. Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes no.
Rep. D'Amico,
Rep. D'Amico votes yes.
Rep. Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes no.
Rep. Gresco, Rep. Gresco, Rep. Horn,
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Rep. Meskers. Oh, sorry, Senator Maroney, could you vote again? We couldn't see you on the screen.
Yes. Senator Maroney votes yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Rep. Meskers. Rep. Meskers. Rep. Mashinsky.
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Rep. Piscopo.
Rep. Piscopo votes yes.
Rep. Tersiak. Rep. Tersiak. Roll call will be held open until 3 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you do item 17 on the agenda?
Item 17, Senate Bill 1063, an act concerning utility commissioners of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO 6048.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, 1063 JFS to the floor, LCO 6048. Can I get a motion on this bill?
Moved.
Representative Steinberg.
Second.
Senator Fazio. This bill, which may ultimately be rolled into SB 7, does create term limits for for commissioners of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. The amendment to the bill, the S language has it being 3 terms, not 2. And it also puts the number of commissioners on the authority back down to 3 with a request that that money be used for staff within the agency itself. As my good esteemed colleagues have said in the past, good bill ought to pass. Any conversation? Senator Fazio.
This is our good Senate Chairman's bill. I was not necessarily inclined or disinclined to it when I first heard the idea, but I find the arguments for it very persuasive. I don't think that we necessarily need the resources for the 4th and 5th spot on the board, and those resources could be better dedicated elsewhere within PURA. And also, I think it is healthy to see new blood occasionally regulating our utilities and looking after our consumers in the state. So I agree. It's a good bill. It ought to pass, and I'll be voting yes. And if there is no objection, I would offer it for consent.
Seeing and hearing no objection, this goes on the consent calendar. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 6853, an act concerning funding for microgrids and resilience projects. JF to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can I get a motion on this?
So moved. Second, Rep. Foster.
Rep. Foster, second. Representative Steinberg made the motion. This is 6853 JF to the floor. Representative Steinberg, you have the most experience with this. Mr. Chairman, you might want to have some comments.
Yeah, not a lot. Some people may remember way back in the day, microgrids were a big thing. They were a resilience, redundancy, and the like. We came up with a pilot program, which frankly didn't do much, tell us anything we didn't already know. And then it kind of dropped off the map. Microgrids still make a hell of a lot of sense for a lot of our communities. And this is simply a matter of expanding eligibility for funding, particularly bonding funding for some of these projects. I know a lot of our municipalities are interested in this. It's not really a big bill at this point, but it's intended to refocus some of our interest in microgrids and see opportunities where we could put them out there. So, you know, not a huge bill, but a worthy kicking off point for microgrids to play a larger role in Connecticut.
Senator Fazio.
I appreciate the efforts of our good House Chairman in putting this bill forward. It permits us to go down the path of developing microgrids in the state. Without objection, I would like to offer it. Oh, no, never mind. Without objection, I would offer it for consent.
Seeing and hearing no objections, this goes on the consent calendar. Mr. Clerk, next item, 19.
Senate Bill 1169, rather. An act making revisions to certain statutes concerning the Department of Administrative Services. Action is JF to the floor.
Can I get a motion on this?
So moved.
Representative Steinberg, second. Representative Buckby. This is 1169. Proposed action is JF to the floor. This is a DAS bill. It has to do with technology in the state of Connecticut. Good bill, ought to pass. I'd like to move it forward. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Senator Needleman. I
Needleman.
appreciate that. No, I think I'll echo that. Good changes, good bill ought to pass. I would offer that we move this to consent.
I saw that Representative Ackert had his hand up. So are there any comments?
I am supportive of the bill, just clarification. So does it move like the IT control for the state through into DAS? Is that what it does? What is it? No.
Maybe. These are technical revisions to the statutes that DAS operates under, and they've asked us to look at this bill.
More of a tech bill.
Tech bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There being no other comments, this bill moves to the consent calendar. Mr. Clerk, up next, item 20.
HB 6847, an act concerning the use of technology in the state. JF to floor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. 6847, JF to the floor. Can I get a motion on this?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Representative Steinberg, followed by Senator Fazio on the second. This is a placeholder bill, although there has been a request to add something into this bill that has not been discussed at this point. It is at this moment a placeholder bill. Any comments? Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know there's been discussion on the 9/11 piece, 911 piece to this. I certainly want to consider moving it forward as is. I would be concerned should that change happen before it hits the House floor. So with that caveat, I will be supporting the bill. And if there's no objection, well, we'll see where it goes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. At this moment, there is only a request, but nothing in the bill. And seeing no other objections, can this move to the consent calendar?
Without objection, I suggest we move it to consent.
Thank you, Representative. This goes on the consent calendar. Next item is item 21.
HB 6850, an act concerning hydropower. JF to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. 6850, JF to the floor. This is another placeholder bill. Should there be any movement on either transmission or procurement of hydropower from Quebec, it is different than the in-state hydropower bill. It is meant to be a placeholder. Should there be any ongoing negotiations that bear fruit regarding a much needed resource coming out of Quebec through one of our northern partner states. There are a lot of ongoing discussions right now. I beg indulgence that this be passed with the understanding that it is a placeholder. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this the concept of having this bill move forward, even as a placeholder, is consistent with our look to pursue all options and keep doors open, especially when it comes to hydropower. I think it's could end up being a very critical piece for us to have on hand for it, especially with the discussions of Hydro-Quebec or outside sources coming to the state. I think it's certainly a placeholder, which I don't normally accept a lot of placeholders, but I certainly support this placeholder, and I would suggest moving this forward once we have a motion and a second on it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And so moved.
Getting that advice on both sides. Can I get a motion on
so moved.
6850, Representative Buckby? Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. That being said, appreciate that with no other comments, let's move on the consent calendar. Next item.
HB 5634, an act increasing funding for energy efficiency programs.
So moved.
Proposed action JFS to appropriations with LCO 6056.
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. Can I get a second?
Second.
Representative Steinberg, second. Again, 5634 JFS, two appropriations. This is LCL 6056. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you. Those of us who have been wringing our hands while our energy rates have been going up recognize there's only so much we can do. But one of the things that we can clearly do is encourage homeowners to seek energy efficiency measures. Unfortunately, we made it harder because we've overspent the budgets that are managed by the utilities. And there's really increasing interest and demand for these services as people try to winterize their homes and make them more energy efficient. It's been documented, we're well short of the funds available to meet the demand. We're also making it really hard on those who provide these services to figure out what their future is going to look like, how they decide to maintain employees. The agencies are supportive of this. We simply need at this point to assure that appropriations realizes how important it is that we make this additional $20 million available at this point in time. Some of you remember the original sin of the legislature when we rated the Energy Efficiency Fund in 2017 in order to ultimately arrive at a compromised budget. That was not a good thing. We have really not paid back a lot of the funds that were supposed to be there. This is a drop in the bucket compared to what we took from that fund back when. And I strongly recommend that not only do we pass it out of committee, that we all put in the effort to convince appropriations. This is a really good investment in Connecticut homeowners. They're eager to do it, and this is going to bring them long-term savings on their energy bills. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Steinberg, Chairman Steinberg's absolutely correct. When we that we need to be looking at both demand and supply side solutions to the long-term reliability and cost of the grid. When we received that report from and testimony from ISO New England about potentially 20 gigawatt deficit down the road, the most obvious way to address it is to be adding generation, but trying to curb demand is also an important part of that. There are significant sources of funds currently going towards demand side conservation and load management paid for by ratepayers through our electricity bills. There's $60 million in the combined public benefits charge per year funded through conservation and load management. There is green bank funding. There's also some passive demand response funding as well. There was talk at the beginning of the session about moving some of the funding from the electricity bill that ratepayers fund directly into the budget. I understand why there was reticence to that, but at the same time, I think that increasing both the taxpayer burden in order to pay for these programs while keeping the ratepayers burden the same gives me some pause. We also, I think, want to look closely at what specific demand response, load management, conservation programs are working the best and delivering the greatest return to ratepayers. I think I would be a little bit more inclined towards the proposal if we were confident about doing the cost benefit analysis and where the funds would return the greatest benefit to ratepayers and reduce demand in a cost effective way. So I today at least am going to ask for a roll call vote because I do have those concerns at the moment, but hope we can get to a load management, demand response type, energy efficiency type solution in this state that maximizes, improves the outcomes for all stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Buckby, followed by Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to first off echo the well thought out concerns of my fellow ranking member on this. We are aligned in the thought process. One of the things that we all entered this committee this year was trying to see what we could do to bring down costs and price. And my concern is that $20 million is a lot of money. It's a lot of money for us to allocate to it. I did a little research going back really over the last 20 years, and the amount of energy we're using is dropping. Some of that is to this concern, but in that same breath, people are making these moves on their own. Those who can, and those who cannot have gotten help. And there's a tremendous amount of help for people out there right now to upgrade and to be there. I think $20 million is a lot of money to allocate to that when the economy sits the way it does. So I certainly applaud the intent of the bill. I agree with Senator Fazio in looking forward to the discussion to see if we can change it, but I certainly need to flag this with a no vote for myself. And I believe for the taxpayers as well as ratepayers of the state, in saying this is it's a large amount of money that could be reallocated elsewhere to help really with the electric bill as well. So I'm unfortunately going to be a no at this point, but I'm happy to listen to the rest of the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Buckby. Not, yes, Representative Mashinsky. I can't even read my
Thank you.
own.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This issue has been looked at many times, and retrofitting by putting in insulation and other improvements like that, simple improvements, is the cheapest per kilowatt hour energy source. And my phone is about to run out of power. So it is cheap. It is cost effective. In my town, our school system saved $250,000 just by using this basic information. And it also will keep these folks that do this work employed through the rest of the year, so they can keep working for our constituents. So I hope everybody will support this. It is the most cost-effective energy source we have. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Chairman, for a second time.
Thank you. I just want to address the apt comments of the ranking members on this. This is a one-time only, hopefully. It is the result of two factors. One, overspending the budget last year, which left inadequate funds for this year. And secondly, was the huge increase in demand because of the increase in rates. This is not something we want to make a regular habit out of, but this is an opportunity for a lot of really motivated, interested homeowners and landlords to make the investments that they hadn't contemplated until they got a good look at their energy bills. If we miss this opportunity, it may not come back again soon, but certainly by next year, we're going to be back to a normal budget process, hopefully, where the energy efficiency fund, the monies we get from Reggie should be sufficient to meet the need. It's just this year, the circumstances are extraordinary. And in the context of that, $20 million will actually have a multiplier effect in terms of ratepayer savings. That's why I feel so strongly about it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think up next, Representative Ackert, followed by Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate it. And I agree that the best kilowatt in electricity is the one not used. So I have been in strong support and battled hard against the sweeping of the funds that we had in prior sessions. So my question is, this is going to continue to run in the standard process that we have in the past, and that is through the utilities program. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. It will go to the CNLM, but we're specifically directing them to move those funds into the existing programs that are administered by the EDCs.
Thank you. And you mentioned keeping people, or somebody mentioned keeping people working. Are we saying that we've exhausted the funds and we are not doing energy efficiency? Is that correct?
Virtually true, yes. Both in terms of having run through it and what I've heard anecdotally from a number of the people involved in providing these services is that they are already in the process of either laying off people or contemplating doing so because there's no clarity that there will be money available to continue providing these services for the balance of this year.
Thank you for your answers and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other comments or questions. I was wrong about Representative Cheeseman wanting to comment. So that being the case, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll on this bill?
Roll call on HB 5634, an act increasing funding for energy efficiency programs, JFS to appropriations with LCO 6056. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Rep. Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCory votes yes.
Rep. Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Rep. Buckby,
Buckby's a no.
Rep. Ackert,
Yes.
Rep. Ali Brennan,
Rep. Ali Brennan votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Rep. Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Rep. D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Rep. Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Rep. Gresco, Rep. Horn,
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
thank you. Rep. Meskers, Rep. Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Rep. Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Rep. Tursiak, roll call will be held open till 3.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're approaching the end of our agenda. Item 23. Can you read the call?
HB 6497, an act concerning a Connecticut Energy Data Access Bill of Rights, JFS to general law with LCO 5892.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. 6497 JFS to general law, LCO 5892. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Representative Steinberg, can I get a second?
Second, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Representative Foster. Again, Representative, Mr. Chairman, can you speak to this bill?
Yes, this was an idea brought to us by a lot of the community who have been frustrated by the inability to get critical information that gives us insights as to generally how we're doing on a variety of measures. I'm sure it'll come as no surprise to members of this committee that the utilities are often not forthcoming with data unless, of course, PURA requires it. This reminds me a little bit of my time on public health, where we were eager to assemble a lot of data so we could do analysis of health trends and health risks. And what came out of it was the Office of Health Strategy, which is now in a position to aggregate a lot of this data and is actually coming up with potential opportunities for improving the state's public health. In this case, availability of this data in an aggregated form would allow us to measure our progress in a lot of ways. Much of this data is either available or should be available, but sometimes you have to FOIA to get it. What we're trying to accomplish here is, to quote a former mayor of New York City, it's a how am I doing kind of thing. We really want to make sure we're collecting a variety of data types. There's been a lot presented. Frankly, it's probably overwhelming for any one agency to collect, and we have to come to terms with whether this would be DAS be the ones to be the final aggregators. But we talk about a Bill of Rights. This is information that should be available to everybody. And right now it is really, really hard to assemble it. I have to admit, I'm very curious to see what we would learn if we actually had a lot of this data, which relates to how municipalities are doing with progressing with energy efficiency, to the penetration of electric vehicles, to a lot of things we've talked about in this committee, where we just lack adequate data to understand where we stand. So this seems like a good thing for us to do moving forward. It's still a little bit unsettled as to the data that we will specifically request, but we've had a lot of input from interested parties on the kind of data that they think we ought to be collecting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to respond to the good chair by saying, how you doing? I guess. I don't know. How am I doing? I guess I don't want to say that to him. I could be wrong. But I guess the question I have with the bill is I think it raises a lot of questions. It raises a lot of really good questions. The problem is, the concern I know somebody brought up was if you're going to move into a home, you want to see what the consumption was for the family prior to you. And I get that. But, if I'm going to move into a house that's got a family of 4 that just left and it's just me and my dog moving in, it's going to be a far different consumption use and mildly irrelevant. I think there's just a lot of question marks that still go into this. My other concern on this that the good chair and I have had in conflict is the access to internet piece that's on there. I think that opens a door too, as far as what the necessities are for people as far as a right to things, as opposed to ability to them. We just spent how much money in the state in the last 10, 12 years in renovating every single library across the state to make sure everyone had access to free internet that way too. In your homes, I understand that was a concern during COVID and people needed, and we really jumped through hoops on that piece of it to ensure that we tried to get internet to everyone's home. I just think as a right, I'm concerned with what this is. I don't wholeheartedly disagree with the bill. I just, as it's written now, as the good chair mentioned, is got some wonkiness to it. It's got some holes to it. I can't necessarily support it as it sits, but I'm certainly not opposed to it. Should those changes be made and move forward. And I know the good chair is going to want to have some comments back in return on that, for which I don't think he needs to raise his hand. He is a chair. So I thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me the opportunity.
I like raising my hand. May I respond, Mr. Chair, since I can't see who else may have raised it?
Absolutely.
I'm really glad that Representative Buckby brought up the fact that we're having a legitimate disagreement on the right to internet access at this point in time. Who would have said that 20, 30 years ago that we would talk about something like the internet as something that everybody has a right to. Yeah, you need shelter, you need food, you need water and electricity. We certainly realize that. But the real question is whether we've reached the point now where the internet is something that's essential for people to live their lives. I think it is arguable, but we're certainly trending in that direction. And we do disagree. I'm not sure that having internet available in libraries meets the needs of a lot of people who don't have internet access. Libraries have limited hours. You have kids trying to do their homework. You're having people trying to solve problems in real time. I think we're really on the brink, if we're not there already, of saying that everybody has the right to the internet. And if you talk to people who live in rural areas where internet hasn't come to yet, they will tell you how disadvantaged they feel, that it unlevels the playing field, and they're at a disadvantage to seek job opportunities, to find goods and services. So I would argue that we're at that point now, and any way in which we can facilitate access to the internet for any number of reasons is in the interest of the citizens of the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ackert, followed by Representative Buckby for a second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just making sure the same language is the 5892 LCO. I just got confirmation it's 5892 is the LCO for this.
That's my understanding.
I do apologize. Yes, 5892.
It seems to be a little bit less of a conversations that taken place just on the parties doesn't seem to meet what the language is. It seems to be more of a study. And my main question, looking at the language, that this is going to general law.
Yeah. First of all, you're right. In that we haven't got it settled yet. We wanted to put it in a fashion that we could then refer it because of all the uncertainties. Obviously, we'll share with general law a lot of our deliberations, but at this point, we weren't ready for prime time and thought that a study bill which outlines at least some of the criteria and parameters for consideration was as far as we could go.
And on what basis, looking at LCO 5892, does it look like it should go to general law?
Because of some of the data access issues involved. I'm not an expert on this. I'm not a lawyer, but that was what we were advised.
And I'm not a lawyer, so that's why I'm probably asking the question. So thank you for your response, and I'll listen to further dialogue on this if there is more.
Representative Horn, then followed by Representative Buckby for a second time.
I am a lawyer, but I can't explain that particular reference either, but I do trust the chair that he's had those conversations. I just wanted to say that I appreciate the comments that this is a sort of a conversation starter and a way to keep this issue alive, but representing one of those districts for whom the deregulation and the letting the incumbent providers off the hook of universal access, my district is in large part the part that got lopped off. And so whatever we can do to continue to press that, we have extended advantages to the incumbent providers over the years, and it used to be an exchange, and it's really not anymore. So I appreciate the good chair's efforts to keep this alive and to use whatever pressure we can to bear to make sure that we get to universal access, which, these are the roads of the 21st century. And I think we need to do all we can do to ensure that everyone has access. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that for the second time, and comments back to the good chair from the House that, again, we continue this dialogue and we may disagree on some things, but one thing we can agree on is that I didn't see that this was new LCO language before we got started. So since this is a study, I would wholeheartedly support a study, which I think is what we need to get to next to see what the concerns are. I think the first initial bill was a bit putting the cart before the horse. And I think at this point, having the study in place is a smart way to go. And what a wonderful way to end the this lengthy meeting, but to stop with, in my opinion, a little bipartisan support to his bill. So I thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence of the second time.
Thank you. Entertaining moving this to a consent calendar if there's no objection. There being no objection, move this to a consent calendar. One bit of housekeeping. Earlier, item number 7, SB 1099, the Nuclear Advisory Council, was moved to the consent calendar prior to my asking for a motion to approve it. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
There you go. All in favor? No, we don't have to go all in favor. We're moving it to the consent calendar. All right. So next up is to vote on the consent calendar. I need a motion on that or? I do. And a motion to vote on the consent calendar.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All right. You got that? Bill?
Yep.
Okay, we got the names. I think we got Buckby and Steinberg on that. A roll call on the consent calendar.
Roll call on the consent calendar consisting of 18 items. House Bill 5628. An act establishing a task force to study the state's hydropower assets, JF to the floor. 2, HB 6339. An act establishing a task force to study converting biosolids to energy, JF to floor. SB 1099 is 3. An act creating a nuclear advisory council, JF to the floor. Next is HB 6496, an act concerning test bed technologies, also JF to the floor. Next up, we have SB 1172, an act concerning energy generated from solid waste management. That is a JFS to the floor with LCO 5869. Then we have HB 6851, an act implementing recommendations of the Hydrogen Task Force, JFS to floor with LCO 6060. Then we have SB 1171, an act concerning petroleum storage levels, JF to floor. HB 5641, an act concerning notification of utility service terminations at rental properties, JF to floor. SB 1170, an act concerning the procurement of zero carbon resources from eligible nuclear power generating facilities, JF to floor. HB 6848, an act concerning gas leak detectors in new and existing construction, JFS to floor with LCO 5871. Next up, we have Senate Bill 1168, an act concerning energy sources in the state. JF to floor. Then we have SB 1063, an act concerning utility commissioners of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. That is a JFS to the floor with LCO 6048. Next up, we have HB 6853, an act concerning funding for microgrids and resilience projects, JF to the floor. We now have Senate Bill 1169, an act making revisions to certain statutes concerning the Department of Administrative Services. Final 3 here, HB 6847, an act concerning the use of technology in the state, JF to floor. HB 6850, an act concerning hydropower, JF to the floor. And finally, HB 6497, an act concerning a Connecticut Energy Data Access Bill of Rights, JFS to general law with LCO 5892. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Rep. Steinberg. Rep. Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCoy votes yes.
Rep. Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Rep. Buckby,
Yes.
Rep. Ackert,
Yes.
Rep. Ali Brennan,
Rep. Ali Brennan votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Senator Cabrera, Rep. Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Rep. D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Rep. Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Rep. Gresco, Rep. Gresco, Rep. Horn,
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Senator Mar,
Senator Mar votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Senator Maroney, Rep. Meskers, Rep. Meskers, Rep. Mashinsky,
Mashinsky votes yes.
Rep. Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Rep. Tursiak, Rep. Tursiak. Votes will be held open until 3 p.m.
Mr. Chair, if I may make a comment.
Sure, Representative Steinberg, Mr. Chairman.
First of all, I want to thank everybody who stayed with us today, discussing some bills, particularly the ones that were works in progress that we're still working on. Just to reiterate the fact that chairs will keep you informed of the progress of those bills long before they reach the floor. Though, however, it's always possible that more bills could end up in SB 7, and we could be looking at further amalgamation between now and the time that they hit the floor. I also want to thank all the members of this committee. This has been a challenging session in the sense that we're all eager to do what we can for the citizens of the state. And it's been really hard given the biggest thing that has happened to everybody are the increase in the electric bills. And we're limited in what we've been able to do. And I also want to thank the administration for the efforts they've made to do whatever we can to ameliorate that. Lastly, I want to thank our committee staff who have done an amazing job this year under really trying circumstances. I'll start with our LCO, Jack Mitchell, who I describe as a whirling dervish of lawyering, working on new LCO versions right up to the moment in which we met, which is not ideal, but it shows that we've been working on some of these things for a long time, and they're still very much in play. Jack, I want to thank you particularly for your understanding, but also asking really good questions so that our legislative intent is reflected in the language of the bills. And though we still have a lot more work to do, it has been a really strong session. I also want to thank our two stalwarts in OLR, Mary Fitzpatrick and Lee Hansen, who are always there for us when we need them. Our assistant clerks, Robert Downs and David DeHaas. And I want to end particularly with thanking our clerk, who's almost been like a chair to us, Will Simpson, who was thrust into the maw of one of the most challenging committees one could be a clerk on. And it seemed like everything that could go wrong and make it harder has gone wrong this session, particularly with regard to technology. It has been a test for all of us, but Will has gotten through it all with flying colors. He is now an experienced and hard experienced clerk for this committee, right up to today, having to come from Darien to deal with whatever the weather was throwing our way. He's done it all with great aplomb and good humor. And I particularly want to thank him for all the work he's put in this session on our behalf, and really look forward to working with him again next session. We're not done here yet, but we have a great team. And I want to make sure that everybody on this committee and in the public is aware how hard everybody has worked, and the results are self-evident. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Reforming this committee has been difficult, but very, very rewarding. I think we received more bills this year than we ever had, working with our new ranking members, although I miss our prior ranking members. And my prior co-chair has been really great experience. I do want to add, and of course, to the nonpartisan staff, ditto, including my staff. You all see that I'm not a process-oriented human being. I'm a results-oriented person. And this is always going to be complicated for me because I'm always thinking about the next thing. So I'm going to say thank you to all of you and all of the staff people, both House, Senate, Democrat, Republican. It's been a real honor and a pleasure working together. I do want to say that there are a bunch of bills that did not make it onto the calendar, but aspects of several of the bills, and I'm going to go through this, will be hopefully in what turns out to be broadly supportable bipartisan SB 7, and that is the Republican bill SB 123 that had some excellent sections in it, some language that we're utilizing in SB 7, the electric bill structure bill, which I think that Pierre is already doing, but putting it in statute is a good idea. So thank you for that. Representative Cheeseman had suggested a security task force on grid security. We are very fortunate that our chairperson of Pura is on a federal FERC task force for security, for electric security, and she will be reporting as part of a section in SB 7 back to us on the progress that they're making at the federal level, because this is a big, big issue, both cyber and physical. The Pura Agency Bill 997, the Deep Agency Bill 6852. Parts of those two bills will be rolled into SB 7. The SB 1167, the study proposal to look at how the agency Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is structured. We believe, I think, broadly bipartisan, that the decisions that were made in 2011, although sort of groundbreaking at the time, just does warrant a look to make sure that the desire to align environmental goals with rate making has worked the way we've structured the agency. We think it's worth a look. We do believe that everybody has worked in good faith to achieve those goals, but I think that enough concern from both parties has been raised to take a look at this to make sure we're doing it right. There is a technical fix to the nuclear moratorium that was in SB 1101. Hopefully that will end up in SB 7. And then, as I mentioned, the utility commissioner's term limits and the gas leak bill are going to be in SB 7 also. So just wanted to be clear, just because you didn't see it on the agenda doesn't mean it's going away. There are aspects we're working on the language right now, and we will share that well ahead of time. All that being said, thank you for indulging me. And as my co-chair said, this has been a very difficult year. And more important than difficult for us, this has been a difficult year for ratepayers in the state of Connecticut. And one thing that we are all unanimous on is we've listened, we've heard you. We are working to do what we can to make sure that our public utilities, how we run our business in the state of Connecticut with regard to energy policy, really benefits the ratepayers as much as possible. And we've heard you. We know there's a lot of pain going on out there. We're hopeful that come July, rates move back down. We also hope and pray that the war in Ukraine ends quickly before more loss of life. And as I've said several times in this committee, some of what we've been going through, some of the pain that we're feeling as a result of rates, which we have tried to mitigate with help for people, is a piece of doing our part to make sure that the free people of Ukraine stay free, and they know that they have us on their side. So with that, I'm going to close and thank you all for a very productive session so far.
We're in recess, Mr. Chair.
Motion to recess. Votes will be held open until 3:00.
Bye-bye.
Take care, everyone. Have a great day. Enjoy the snow.
Hey, Will, let us know when we can vote.
How much snow are you getting up there, Maria?
It's hard. The wind is starting now. We've got at least hard to tell, 8, 10, something like that.
Wow, okay.
It's heavy. It's taking limbs off trees.
Oh, shoot, okay.
We have a fair amount of outages at the moment. I mean, not too bad, but yeah, and it's still coming down.
Well, it's snowing here, but it's not sticking.
Yeah. Hi, Will. Nice job.
Oh, thank you.
I think I only missed one.
Getting Proverbs in there. Thank you. All right. Rep. Warren, I think you only missed one vote. It was SB 19.
Yes, my vote is yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
A good productive rest of your day. See you, Joe.
Sorry, Rep. Bresco, I'm looking through to see which ones I don't have you on.
I think I had to cut out right at number 10.
Number 10? Okay.
Yep, so.
Let's see what that is. HB 6851.
Was that on consent?
That was on consent, so we don't
Okay,
need to
then
do anything for that.
I don't know what happened after 10.
After 10, sorry, I packed up my stuff, so I need to find my sheet.
That's all right, take your time.
Okay.
Can you mute David DeHaas as the host so I can hear you better?
David, can you mute yourself? I'm just slow. You can leave the meeting. Nate, I'm trying to get votes. Nate, I'm trying to get votes. Can you be quiet? Can't hear. Okay, sorry, Rep. Bresco. So we were on consent calendar was number 10, 6851 Hydrant Task Force. The next 3, 11 through 13 were also on consent.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, 11 through 15 are all on consent.
Better.
16 was roll call, an act concerning certain water company loans, HB 6849.
Yes.
Finding it.
Hello?
6849. How do you vote, Representative?
On HB 6849, I vote yes.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you so much. And then 17 and 18 were consent. 19, 20, and 21 were consent. So we just need you for 22, which was 5634, an act increasing funding for energy efficiency program.
I would be a yes.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Representative.
What happened to 23?
Oh, that one was consent as well.
Okay. Now I get to vote on the consent calendar.
Okay. So now on the consent, how say you?
Yes.
Thank you so
Will,
much.
did I miss a vote?
Thank you, Will. Go to
Uh,
Senator McCrory next.
Yep,
Yeah,
I
did I
am.
miss a vote?
Yes, Senator. You missed, I think, 2 or 3. I just got to find it. There was one where you weren't visible, so we needed you to redo it.
Okay.
Hold on. You weren't visible on SB 1099.
Oh, yes.
That is an act creating a nuclear advisory council.
I'm a yes.
Yes, okay. And then now I'm just looking at my tally sheet to see what else I'm missing you on.
I'm trying to get in. Did you resend it?
Sorry.
Laura's gonna resend a Zoom meeting. That might be easier for you to get into.
That's fine. I'm waiting for it.
Okay, it's gonna come from Lauren Baker.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm a yes. Oh, Will, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm a yes.
Okay. So that was on 1099, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I need you for SB 19.
I'm a yes.
Yes, okay. Got you for that. Thank you, Senator.
All right, I'm all set. Thank you.
I need you for Senate Bill 7, an act strengthening protections for Connecticut's consumers of energy. To JFS to the floor. LCO 6062. How do you vote on that? Senator?
Oh, I'm a yes. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Oh, sorry. You're a yes on SB 7, JFS
Yes.
to the floor? Okay.
Yeah. I'm all set.
I'm just double checking. I think we have you for everything else now.
All right. Thank you.
Yep, you're all set. Thank you, Senator.
Hey, Will.
Hi, James. So I'll be with you in 1 second. With Senator Maroney.
Great. Thanks, Will.
Senator, sorry about that. So we need your vote on SB 7 in Act Strengthening Protections for Connecticut's Consumers of Energy. It's a JFS to the floor. Yeah, it's the #1 priority for the
Senator
caucus.
Maroney vote.
Okay.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Okay. Next up, we have HB 6764, Act concerning solar incentives and shared clean energy facilities. It's a JFS to the floor with LCO 5969.
Said
Yes.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
You.
Hey, Nate.
SB 19, Senator. An act prohibiting fiber optic. Yes. Okay.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Thank you. I got that one. So now SB 20. How do you vote? An act concerning acquisitions of mergers and cable and telecom providers.
Yeah. Senator Maroney votes yes.
Thank you. That's all I need you for. I got everything else. Thank you so much, Senator.
The consent calendar.
You didn't do the
Will, I
consent
wasn't on for the consent calendar.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And if there was a vote right before the consent calendar, I may have, I think there was a vote right before consent calendar that I missed.
Ron, I need the agenda. Okay. It was 5634. An act concerning funding for energy efficiency program. Was the
Yes. Senator Maroney votes yes.
votes yes? Okay. And then on the consent calendar, which is the 18 items
I
on the
vote.
agenda.
Okay, great. I vote yes on the consent calendar.
Okay. Thank you so much, Senator. You're all set.
Okay, thanks, Will. Have a great day.
You too.
So, going through I took emails from Nico and I did the one.
Did you talk to D'Amico and Tara, what's his name?
Terziak. Is Terziak coming?
Hey, Will.
Hi, Rep. D'Amico. How are you?
I apologize. I know you're trying to get all the votes done and so forth.
Oh,
So
yeah, no-
my apologies. I do have until 3 o'clock though, right?
Yep, you do.
Okay,
So-
all right, but I'm not gonna push it. Let's
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
go here.
All right.
So you had a fun time today, man. 23 bills. Wow, good for you.
Yeah, it was a long one.
What's that?
Yeah, it was a long one, but glad we
Yeah,
got
no kidding. No kidding. No, you did well. I was there for most of the meeting, but I missed at the very beginning. I think I missed the first like 4 or 5.
Yes,
But other
exactly.
than that,
Yeah.
you survived and we survived. So here we go.
Exactly. So all right, first on the agenda, we had SB7.
Yep.
That was with the LCO 6062 substitute language.
What is it? 60?
6062 is the LCO
Gotcha.
number.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Well, I'm a yes on that.
Sure, yes. Okay.
Yep.
And we have HB 6764, act concerning solar incentives and clean energy and shared clean energy facilities.
Yeah.
That's a JFS to the floor. LCO 5969.
5969. Yep. I'm a yes.
Okay. Next up, we have SB 19. This is a really long title. Prohibiting fiber optic providers and cable companies from charging customers through end of billing cycle after subscription is canceled.
Yep. And that's a JF, I think, right?
Just JF before. No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. I'm a yes on that.
Okay.
And I think I missed item number 5 that you voted on.
I think I only have you missing SB 20 that vote. Which one?
SB 20. Isn't that number 5 on the
Oh
list?
yeah, that's SB 20. Sorry, I didn't have the agenda in front of me.
That's all right.
Yeah, SB 20 and act concerning acquisitions and mergers of cable and telecom providers.
Yeah. And that's a straight JF.
Straight JF the floor.
Yep. And I'm a yes on that also.
All right, perfect.
And he did the consent, right?
All right.
And you voted yes. You voted on the consent, correct?
I vote on consent. Correct. Yep.
Perfect. Excellent. So you're all set now, Rep. D'Amico.
Beautiful. All right. Yeah, because number 4 was on the consent. Yeah. And I had all the rest after that. Yep, we're good.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Will. Thank you for all your hard work.
No, thank
Appreciate
you.
it, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Rest
See
of
ya.
your day.
See ya.
Bye.